All right, please. Good morning. Please be seated. You may. Are you ready to proceed? Yes. All right. Go ahead and on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear. In this first case, CR 35-21-0815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Budby. And this first county prosecuting attorney, Justin Coleman, and Chief Deputy April Smith are present on behalf of the state. This is the time and place scheduled for a jury trial in this matter. So and I want to, just before we return the jury, I do want to make a couple of just general announcements. And this is really for the benefit of those of you who are here to watch the trial. I want you to know the court recognizes that this is a serious case and that this is a case that is important to both the state and to Mr. Brashear. Under the circumstances, because of the nature of the case, the court is not going to tolerate any disruptions during these proceedings, including any outbursts in the gallery. Both the defendant and the state are entitled to a fair trial. If there are any disruptions, the person causing the disruption will be asked to leave the courtroom. So I want to be very clear that my concern here is that both parties receive a fair trial that is not influenced by any outbursts that may take place in the gallery. The other thing I want to note is there are some cameras in the courtroom. They are here. They have
permission. They are here pursuant to the court's order. Other than the cameras that you see set up, and you will see, I think, the photographer as well. I see the photographer from the Tribune. There are no pictures or recordings allowed of these proceedings in the courtroom. So I'm going to ask you to keep your cell phones quieted. The other thing I will note is I'm going to ask you to take a moment right now and take a look at your cell phones to make sure that they are on silence so that we can minimize the impact or any potential disruptions to the proceedings today. Now, before we return the jury, Ms. Smith or Mr. Coleman, is there anything from the prosecution that we need to take up preliminarily? April, I'm going to have you speak.
The state has made a motion for Detective Crane to be the state's case agent and remain in the courtroom during the trial.
Very good. And Mr. Brashear, or Mr. Bugby, I understand that the defense did not take a position on that. All right. I think that is going to be allowable. I think it's allowable under my, provided for that, my scheduling order, so I'll grant the state's motion. Detective Crane can remain at council table or remain in the courtroom as you see fit. Any other issues we need to take up before we have a jury?
No, Your Honor, we're ready.
Very good. Ms. Smith. Very good. I'll rise for the jury. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's nice to see you again this morning. Again, before we get started, I just want to be clear that if any of you need anything or need any special accommodations, if you would please let Deputy Levitt know or get my attention. We'll try to accommodate that. Our goal here is to make you as comfortable as we possibly can to spend your time with us. So with that, what I need to do now is just give you some preliminary instructions before we start the trial proceedings. So ladies and gentlemen, now that you have been sworn as jurors to try this case, I want to go over with you what will be happening. I will describe how the trial will be conducted and what we will be doing. At the end of the trial, I will give you more detailed guidance on how you are to reach your decision. Because the state has the burden of proof, it goes first. After the state's opening statement, the defense may make an opening statement or may wait until the state has presented its case. The state will offer evidence that it says will support the charge against the defendant. The defense may then present evidence, but is not required to do so. If the defense does present evidence, the state may then present rebuttal evidence. This evidence is offered to answer the defense's evidence. After you've heard all the evidence, I will give you additional instructions on the law. After you've heard the instructions, the state and the defense will each be given time for closing arguments. In their closing arguments, they will summarize the evidence to help you understand how it relates to the law. Just as the opening statements are not evidence, neither are the closing arguments. After the closing arguments, you will leave the courtroom together to make your decision. During your deliberations, you will have with you my instructions, the exhibits admitted into evidence, and any notes taken by you in court. This criminal case has been brought by the state of Idaho. I will sometimes refer to the state as the prosecution. The state is represented at this trial by the prosecuting attorneys, Justin Coleman and April Smith. The defendant, James R. Brashear, is represented by his lawyer, Chris A. Budley. The defendant is charged by the state of Idaho with violation of law. The charge against the defendant is contained in the information. The information is simply a description of the charge. It is not evidence. Under our law and system of justice, the defendant is presumed to be innocent. The presumption of innocence means two things. First, the state has the burden of proving the defendant guilty. The state has that burden throughout the trial. The defendant is never required to prove his innocence, nor does the defendant ever have to produce any evidence at all. Second, the state must prove the alleged crime beyond a reasonable doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible or imaginary doubt. It is a doubt based on reason and common sense. It may arise from a careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence or from lack of evidence. If, after considering all the evidence, you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt, you must find the defendant not guilty. Your duties are to determine the facts, to apply the law set forth in my instruction to those facts, and in this way to decide the case. In so doing, you must follow my instructions regardless of your own opinion of what the law is or should be, or what either side may state the law to be. You must consider them as a whole, not picking out one and disregarding others. The order in which the instructions are given has no significance as to their relative importance. The law requires that your decision be made solely upon the evidence before you. Neither sympathy nor prejudice should influence you in your deliberations. Faithful performance by you of these duties is vital to the administration of justice. In determining the facts, you may consider only the evidence admitted in this trial. This evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses, the exhibits offered and received, and any stipulated or admitted facts. The production of evidence in court is governed by rules of law. At times during the trial, an objection may be made to a question asked a witness, or to a witness's answer, or to an exhibit. This simply means that I am being asked to decide a particular rule of law. Arguments on the admissibility of evidence are designed to aid the court and are not to be considered by you nor affect your deliberations. If I sustain an objection to a question or to an exhibit, the witness may not answer the question or the exhibit may not be considered. Do not attempt to guess what the answer might have been or what the exhibit might have shown. Similarly, if I tell you not to consider a particular statement or exhibit, you should put it out of your mind and not refer to it or rely on it in your later deliberations. During the trial, I may have to talk with the parties about rules of law which should apply in this case. Sometimes we will talk here at the bench. At other times, I will excuse you from the courtroom so that you can be comfortable while we work out any problems. You are not to speculate about any such discussions. They are necessary from time to time and help the trial run more smoothly. Some of you have probably heard the terms circumstantial evidence, direct evidence, and hearsay evidence. Do not be concerned with these terms. You are to consider all the evidence admitted in this trial. However, the law does not require you to believe all the evidence. As the sole judges of the facts, you must determine what evidence you believe and what weight you attach to it. There is no magical formula by which one may evaluate testimony. You bring with you to this courtroom all of the experience and background of your lives. In your everyday affairs, you determine for yourselves whom you believe, what you believe, and how much weight you attach to what you are told. The same considerations that you use in your everyday dealings in making these decisions are the considerations which you should apply in your deliberations. In deciding what you believe, do not make your decision simply because more witnesses may have testified one way than the other. Your role is to think about the testimony of each witness you heard and decide how much you believe of what the witness had to say. A witness who has special knowledge in a particular matter may give an opinion on that matter. In determining the weight to be given such opinion, you should consider the qualification and credibility of the witness and the reasons given for the opinion. You are not bound by such opinion. Give it the weight, if any, to which you deem it entitled. If during the trial I say or do anything which suggests to you that I am inclined to favor the claims or positions of any party, you will not permit yourself to be influenced by any such suggestion. I will not express, nor intend to express, nor will I intend to intimate any opinion as to which witnesses are or are not worthy of belief, what facts are or are not established, or what inferences should be drawn from the evidence. If any expression of mine seems to indicate an opinion relating to any of these matters, I instruct you to disregard it. I may at times use the word victim in these instructions or in the course of this trial. This word is used only to refer to a person or persons who are alleged to have been victimized and is only used for convenience. It does not indicate any opinion on my part that a person is a victim or that the defendant has committed an offense. Whether a person is a victim and whether the defendant is guilty of any offense are matters for you alone to determine based on the evidence presented at trial. Do not concern yourself with the subject of penalty or punishment. That subject must not in any way affect your verdict. If you find the defendant guilty, it will be my duty to determine the appropriate penalty or punishment. If you wish, you may take notes to help you remember what witnesses said. If you do take notes, please keep them to yourself until you and your fellow jurors go to the jury room to decide the case. You should not let note-taking distract you so that you do not hear other answers by witnesses. When you leave at night, please leave your notes in the jury room. If you do not take notes, you should rely on your own memory of what was said and not be overly influenced by the notes of other jurors. In addition, you cannot assign to one person the duty of taking notes for all of you. It is important that as jurors and officers of this court, you obey the following instructions at any time you leave your jury box, whether it be for recesses of the court during the day or when you leave the courtroom to go home at night. Do not discuss this case during the trial with anyone, including any of the attorneys, parties, witnesses, your friends, or member of your family. No discussion also means no emailing, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, posting to electronic bulletin boards, and any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not discuss this case with other jurors until you begin your deliberations at the end of the trial. Do not attempt to decide the case until you begin your deliberations. I will give you some form of this instruction every time we take a break. I do that not to insult you or because I don't think you're paying attention, but because experience has shown that this is one of the hardest instructions for jurors to follow. I know of no other situation in our culture where we ask strangers to sit together, watching and listening to something, and go into a little room together and not talk about the one thing they have in common, what they just watched together. There are at least two reasons for this rule. The first is to help you keep an open mind. When you talk about things, you start to make decisions about them, and it is extremely important that you do not make any decisions about this case until you have heard all the evidence and all the rules for making the decisions, and you won't have that until the very end of the trial. The second reason for the rule is that we want all of you working together on this decision when you deliberate. If you have conversations in groups of 2 or 3 during the trial, you won't remember to repeat all of your thoughts and observations for the rest of your fellow jurors when you deliberate at the end of the trial. Ignore any attempted improper communication. If any person tries to talk to you about this case, tell that person that you cannot discuss the case because you are a juror. If that person persists, simply walk away and report the incident to the bailiff. Do not make any independent personal investigations into any facts or locations connected with this case. Do not look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not communicate any private or special knowledge about any facts of this case to your fellow jurors. Do not read or listen to any news reports about this case or about anyone involved in this case, whether those reports are in newspapers or the internet or on radio or television. In our daily lives, we may be used to looking for information online and to Google something as a matter of routine. Also in a trial, it can be very tempting for jurors to do their own research to make sure they are making the correct decision. You must resist that temptation for our system of justice to work as it should. I specifically instruct that you must decide the case only on the evidence received here in court. If you communicate with anyone about the case or do outside research during the trial, it could cause us to have to start the trial over with new jurors, and you could be held in contempt of court. While you're actually deliberating in the jury room, the bailiff will confiscate all cell phones and other means of electronic communication. Should you need to communicate with me or anyone else during the deliberations, please notify the bailiff. Now, Madam Clerk, do you have a copy of the information? I'm going to have the clerk now read the information and state the defendant's plea.
In the District Court of the Second Judicial District of the State of Idaho, in the County of Nez case number CR 35-21-815, State of Idaho versus James R. Asher. 1. Murder and first degree, that the defendant James R. Asher, on or about the 5th day of February 2021, in the County of Mast, State of Idaho, do willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder John A. Mast, a human being, by shooting John A. Mast in the chest and or abdomen, which he did, all of which is contrary to the form, first, and effect of the statute in such case, and against the peace and dignity of the state of Idaho, to which the defendant has entered plea of not guilty.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, remember, the information is simply a description of the charge. It is not evidence. At this time, I'll allow the parties to present their opening statements. Mr. Coleman or Ms. Smith, you may proceed.
Good morning. On February 5th of 2021, the defendant, James Brashear, assassinated John Mast in the Rosars parking lot. The evidence will show you that the defendant decided to kill, got prepared, and laid in wait in the Rosars parking lot and killed John Mast when the time was right. It was just before 6:00 p.m. and John Mast was at the Rosars parking lot for a child custody exchange. The agreed upon location was near the library book drop box in the parking lot. At just before 6 p.m., the parking lot of Rosars was filled with people who were grabbing groceries on their way home from work. John was with his sister Betty and brother Stephen. Betty was standing right next to him, and his brother Stephen was waiting in his car nearby. John is at his van and he is getting ready for when his kids arrive. But instead of being met by his children, John instead is surprised by the defendant, who walks right up to him. Now, the defendant had arrived earlier, parked his Suburban near the library drop box, and was waiting for John to arrive, waiting for his opportunity. When his opportunity came up, the defendant walked right up to John Mast, said, "Hey, John," to get his attention, pointed his gun at John, and shot him multiple times. The defendant decided to kill, got prepared, and laid in wait in the Rosars parking lot. You will also hear what happened directly from the defendant. When the defendant tells police what happened, he is calm, cool, and collected, despite just having shot John.
Right side of the door, and I shot him in the chest. Okay. That one hit. Then he took off running, and I shot either 2 or 3 more times at him, and they didn't seem to do anything. Okay. How many shots did he hit? Did he hit? Just one?
I can't comment on that, but
He should have dropped like a bad alley, but he didn't.
What you just heard the defendant say was, I shot him in the chest. That one hit. And then he took off running, and I shot him 2 or 3 more times. And it didn't seem to do anything. The defendant then asks the officer, how many shots hit? And then the defendant says, he should have dropped like a bad habit. The defendant is charged with premeditated murder. The word premeditated is going to be important in this trial. The court is going to tell you that premeditated means that the defendant thought about beforehand and then decided to kill. The evidence and testimony that you will see during this trial will prove to you that this is a premeditated murder. On February 5th, 2021, John Mast was assassinated in a grocery store parking lot in front of his brother and sister. After hearing and seeing the evidence, the state will have proved to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the defendant is guilty of first-degree premeditated murder. And at the end of the trial, the state will ask you to find the defendant, James Brashear, guilty of first-degree murder. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Miller. Ms. Crosby, will the defense give its opening statement now, or would you like to defer until later? You may proceed. Yes, please.
I want to start by thanking you all for the time you've already put into this case. We spent a lot of time, really over the last week or so, going through some of the issues that you might experience in this case to determine whether each and every one of you would be an appropriate juror. So again, we recognize that this service is taking time away from your families, your work responsibilities, and your other obligations. This is an important case. So thank you for being here, for the time that you've already put into it, and for the time that you will put into it. This is not a whodunit, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of times you come into a case like this, you expect to have to answer the question, did the defendant actually do this action that the state alleges that he or she did? And Mr. Brashear and myself, we are not here to tell you that Mr. Brashear did not take the life of John Mast. What this case is about is what Ms. Smith has just alluded to, and that is the word premeditation. There's another word, malice. And you're going to have to consider whether or not the state can prove those parts of the information to you beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, if you're thinking, gosh, I just saw Mr. Brashear say that he did this, hasn't the state already proved this case beyond a reasonable doubt? No, it has not. Because they have to prove premeditation, and they have to prove malice aforethought. You'll have far more instructions about what those things are and how you're to apply the facts that you hear during the course of this trial to those concepts. We'll talk about those later, but you need to keep that in mind as the evidence is given to you during the course of this case. Recall, we talked yesterday about the fact that the state is going to present its evidence to you first. You're going to hear all the state's witnesses. You're going to see things like this video, which can be overpowering, right? That's why I brought up emotions that you might feel as jurors as we go forward before you ever have a chance to hear from James Brashear. Now, I will tell you right now, in case you're all wondering, I don't normally do this so quickly, but you are going to hear from James Brashear. You will understand by the time this trial is over what was going on in his mind, whether he was even capable of doing what the state says he did when it comes to premeditating and developing a state of mind, which is malice aforethought. Now, those will be the issues that you're really going to have to deliberate and consider. By the time the evidence portion of this case is done, turn your cell phones off. And you're advised of the law, that will come from His Honor, much like you just heard some of the law. You get more instructions after the evidence is done, before you deliberate the case. But at that point, you will, you may wonder, ladies and gentlemen, how could somebody with this gentleman's background willingly, deliberately, and in cold blood take the life of another human being? That's a legitimate question that you're going to be asking yourself. It's one you're going to want to talk about with your fellow jurors. I mean, did this gentleman, Mr. Brashear, actually wake up on February 5, 2021 with an intent to take John Mast's life? Well, I would submit to the evidence, it could be very clear. He did not. He woke up that morning not even having Mr. Mast in his frame of reference at all. What you'll hear is that his daughter, Rebecca, she goes by Becky Brashear, is the mother of two of his very young grandchildren. Becky Brashear was married to Mr. Mast. They were already divorced, but they were still dealing with child custody issues. A lot of those issues were being resolved in the state of North Dakota, where the two spent most of their marriage together. Kids were raised there, but Becky Brashear was now residing here in Lewiston with the children. Mr. Mast had not seen his children for at least 6 months when this episode occurred. There was no expectation in James Brashear's mind on the morning of February 5, 2021, that Mr. Mast was even going to be seeing his children on this occasion, on this day. The only thing going on in Mr. Brashear's mind that morning when he woke up were his plans to go visit Becky Brashear because she was having problems with her vehicle. And James Brashear intended to take his wife's vehicle, drop off his wife who works in Blackway, drop her off at work, come to Lewiston. They lived in Winchester. It's about a 20-minute drive outside of town. He came into town, he met with Becky. They decided they would have lunch, and coffee at a local diner where they were going to exchange cars so that Mr. Brashear could take her vehicle home and do the repairs that needed to be done. In fact, the evidence will show you he'd already obtained the parts that were necessary for him to fix the issues that were going on with Becky Brashear's car. And they went to the diner just to have a nice lunch together. But there was a phone call that came in during the course of their meal. You're going to hear that during that phone call, Becky Brashear became very upset. She was emotional. She was clearly fearful, and Mr. Brashear saw all of that. He later learned the substance of the call. And as a result of what that call was about, he and Becky began an effort to obtain a protective order that would have prevented what was going to be an unsupervised visit with Mr. Brashear's two young grandchildren with their father, John Mast, who the children had not seen for at least 6 months. They went to various places. Now, this lunch occurred around noon. Time frame's not exact, but around that time frame. They went to various places and talked to various people who they believed could help them in obtaining this protective order. You'll hear from some of those people who will be able to describe to you my client's demeanor during the course of this day as he attempted to help Becky Brashear get this protective order. What you'll hear is he was upset. He was fearful. He was scared for the safety of his young grandchildren. And he did help Becky Brashear put together a petition for a protective order. They brought it here to Lewiston Courthouse. And it was basically not quite denied, but what they were told is it wouldn't be issued on, this was a Friday, wouldn't be issued on this Friday, but court here would have a hearing on Monday. What that meant was the children had to be turned over. Now, that was all relevant to an order that came out in North Dakota, okay? And as Ms. Smith has indicated to you, this exchange of the grandchildren from Becky Brashear to John Mast, it was scheduled to occur at 6 p.m. on this Friday. The denial of this order here in this courthouse occurred around 5 o'clock. You're going to hear how upset and worried James Brashear was when that occurred. He was beside himself. He was crying in this courthouse. And he took his daughter back. He went back with her. She lived in an apartment in town at the time. They went back. The children were at the apartment with the babysitter because Becky Brashear was dropping off her car and just making this exchange. But the sitter was there taking care of the kids all day. So they go back to the apartment, ladies and gentlemen, and Mr. Brashear's inside the apartment when Becky Brashear has to tell her kids that they are going to go be with their father over the weekend, unsupervised. You will hear that the children became very upset. They cried and they screamed. They asked Mr. Brashear's help. They didn't want to go be with their father. You're going to hear that this was a tremendous, or had a tremendous effect on Mr. Brashear's state of mind. He's going to tell you from this witness stand that he basically snapped at that point. He lost track of time. He wasn't thinking clearly. He was basically just surviving during these moments. This all occurred, ladies and gentlemen. They got back to the apartment maybe around 5:15. Again, we don't have precise times. Maybe in that area. Becky Brashear she had to get the kids ready. She had to take them over to the Rose Hours parking lot. Mr. Brashear was there dealing with the kids as she was packing bags, getting ready to do this and provide for this unexpected, sudden, surprise visitation with their father. The evidence should show you that Mr. Brashear and Becky Brashear, they weren't ready to leave that apartment until sometime after 5:30. You'll hear that as they were leaving, Becky Brashear was concerned about her dad. She thought he needed help. She basically believed he was asking for help emotionally, but she couldn't give her father help at that time. She had to deal with her kids. And she'll tell you that the kids came first. She believed that James Brashear was going to have home at that point. That's what she believed. And she was heading over to the Rose Hours parking lot to meet Mr. Mast. Now, Mr. Brashear did not go home. He was supposed to go pick up his wife in Lapway, Idaho. He didn't go there. Mr. Brashear got in his car. Remember, they switched cars. That is, he drove that vehicle to the Rose Hours parking lot. Still upset, still in a state of despair about what had occurred and what could occur during the course of that visitation. He didn't know what he was going to do, contrary to what the state says. The evidence will support that. He went to the Rose Hours parking lot. He was there not very long before Mr. Mast arrived in his vehicle. Mr. Mast got out of his car. Betty Troyer was there. That's Mr. Mast's sister. He got out of the car. Mr. Mast, this evidence will show, was moving a car seat or getting it ready. And Mr. Brashear got out of his car. One thing you're going to hear is my client has a concealed pistol permit. He can legally carry a concealed pistol. He regularly does so. He usually has a pistol with him. he did on this occasion. He didn't bring the pistol with him with the intent to use it against Mr. Mast. He had it because he had it. That's what happened. He'll tell you that he did take it out of his wife's vehicle when he made the exchange with his daughter. He put it in his daughter's vehicle because that was the vehicle he would be driving home. It was in the vehicle when he pulled up to the Rose Hours parking lot, and he parked and he saw Mr. Mast, and he walked and he got out to confront Mr. Mast, and he'll tell you he was confused, he was fearful, he was still upset. He thought maybe he could reason with Mr. Mast about the fact that this was a sudden and unexpected meeting, about his concern that Mr. Mast was getting out of this meeting for weekend with his children after not having talked with them for over 6 months and how that would affect them, about other fears that he had, and maybe Mr. Mast would reconsider. But that isn't what happened. He's going to tell you, like I've indicated, that instead he did take the gun out and he did shoot Mr. Mast. He shot him in the chest. Mr. Mast ran away. He shot him a couple of other times. You'll hear from Robin Brashear, that is Mr. Brashear's wife, that she talked with him several times during the day after this news came in over this lunch at the diner, coffee at the diner, whatever the evidence will show. But that she observed during her conversations with Mr. Brashear that his state of mind was changing as more information was coming in that day, that she particularly noticed that he decompensated after the order of his courthouse was denied, and she was worried about him. That it was only about 15 minutes after she got off the phone and after he was at the apartment that she got another call from her husband. And this was after the shooting. She'll tell you that he was confused. She learned what happened. She had to tell him what to do at that point, which was to not engage with anybody else. Stay at the location, wait for law enforcement to come. Put the gun down so that he didn't have the gun in his hand anymore. She had to tell him all of those things because he wasn't thinking clearly for himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I talk with you now about who this gentleman is before this episode occurred. The evidence is going to show you that Mr. Brashear is 69 years old. He was born in St. Louis, Missouri in 1953. His father died when he was 11 years old. His mother lived on Social Security. She didn't have a job. He had other brothers and sisters, but basically growing up, it was him and it was his mother. And from the time that he could, he started to work to help support himself and to help support the world. It was natural that by the time he reached the age of 17, he wanted to join the military so that he could make a good living to provide for himself and for his mother. He was too young, but he joined the reserves until he was 18, at which point he could join the Air Force, and he did. He had, growing up, between the ages of 11 when his father passed, and before he went into the military, he basically, other than working, had one pastime. He was a fighter. He boxed, and he learned and practiced martial arts. And it served him well when he was in the military. Once he joined the Air Force, he became a jet engine mechanic, and he was sent to Vietnam. He served in Vietnam for about 6 years. He went to Vietnam in, 1970. He had an interesting assignment. He was tasked with trying to recover classified equipment that was on board U.S. Aircraft that had been shot down over enemy lines before the enemy could get that information themselves. And so he went in with an armed escort to try and locate these aircraft and try and take from those aircraft the classified equipment that we didn't want to go in the hands of our enemies. He was captured along with other soldiers. He was an enemy or a prisoner of war. He managed to escape with some of his fellow soldiers. He was ultimately honorably discharged in It's 1976, 1978, I don't recall the exact year. But when he returned to the United States, he went back to St. Louis, where his mother was still living, but they didn't stay very long because he had a sister who was living in Tucson, Arizona. And his mother wanted to go there, so Mr. Brashear took his mom and moved to Tucson. For a couple of years, Mr. Brashear did odd jobs and helped, again, to support his mother. He had a sister who was residing in Salt Lake City, Utah, and he went to go visit her. While he was in Salt Lake City, he met Robin Brashear. They fell in love. Ultimately, they married. They had been married now for over 4 years. After they married, they lived in Salt Lake City for a while. They moved to St. Louis, Missouri, Mr. Brashear's hometown, but it was coincidental because Mrs. Brashear's father ran, let's see, what did she run? It was a commercial printing business in St. Louis, Missouri. Just a coincidence that it happened to be Mr. Brashear's hometown. But that's where they went. They lived in St. Louis, Missouri until that company was sold in 1988. They then moved to Tallahassee, Florida. They lived in Tallahassee, Florida for 10 years. Mr. Brashear was employed as an industrial printing supervisor during that time frame. They later moved to Wisconsin in 1998. He took a job as a bindery manager for a large commercial printing company. This couple had a lot of children, ladies and gentlemen. They had 9 total, 6 sons and 3 daughters. They had 12 grandchildren. You'll hear that they had these kids all during these moves, during their lives together. Mr. Brashear was a very active father. He was a baseball coach, a softball coach. He taught hunter safety. He actively involved himself in the lives not only of his children, but ultimately his grandchildren. The Brashears, as a result of some health issues, Mr. Brashear had to retire in 2004. They were still living in Wisconsin, but they moved to Montana. They lived in Montana for a short period of time, a couple of years probably. That's where Becky Brashear had his home. Robin and James Brashear ultimately moved here to the Lewiston, Idaho area, specifically Winchester. They rented a home for a couple of years, ultimately bought a property where they lived for 8 years. They lived here in Lewiston or in Winchester, Idaho for about 12 years. Mr. Brashear lived in Winchester up until the moment of this incident that occurred with Mr. Mast. They're still married. He's still very supportive of his children, his grandchildren. He's still lovingly devoted to his wife. How would a man with this upbringing, this background, put himself or be in a position where he would commit a cold-blooded murder? Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show you that is not what happened. He did not commit a cold-blooded murder. He was overcome with emotions, concern, fear for the safety of his grandchildren, who he loved dearly, when confronted with a set of circumstances and information they had no expectation of receiving on this day. He did what you would expect a man of this type and responsibility to do, and that is to try and get the courts to help. And you'll hear how shocked and dismayed he was, defeated, to find that his efforts to protect his grandchildren failed. He had an enormous sense of impotence at that time, that he couldn't protect them, and they were in danger. Remember, he snapped. He snapped at the house. He lost track of time, but the time frame is pretty much that time where the kids begged him for help until he shot Mr. Mast. About 20 minutes passed. That's about it. During that time frame, that's one of the phone calls you hear from Robin Brashear. You're going to hear that she was concerned about it. You'll hear about the phone call immediately after. Remember, Robin Brashear had one phone call while he is at the apartment She says about 15 minutes later, she gets another one, and Mr. Mast has been shot. She's concerned during the first phone call, and then she's very concerned about his state of mind. This gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is going to show you did not have time under these circumstances to premeditate, which means the opportunity to think through a plan, come up with an idea that you have the time to weigh, to consider the consequences. He did not have that opportunity. In fact, the evidence is going to challenge you to conclude that he acted with malice. Murder in the first degree requires premeditation. Murder generally requires malice and forethought. In the struggle with this evidence to conclude that the state has shown beyond a reasonable doubt Mr. Bashir's mind was capable of premeditating and having the requisite malice. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. All right, Mr. Coleman, you may call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Freddie Troyer.
Mr. Troyer, if you would please have a chair, make yourself comfortable. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
Betty Troyer. Betty, Troyer, Troyer.
Thank you, Ms. Mayweather.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Betty. What state do you currently live in?
Idaho,
And how long have you lived in Idaho?
10 years.
Are you married?
Yes,
And do you have any siblings?
yes,
How many siblings do you have?
7.
Who is John Mast?
My brother,
And was John older or younger than you?
just younger,
How old was he?
40.
If I could have the witness hand in State's Exhibit 7.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 7?
Yes,
And how do you recognize that?
it is John, my brother.
And is that photo of John an accurate depiction of approximately what he looked like at the time of his death?
Yes,
The state moves for the admission of State's Exhibit 7.
Mr. Murphy.
Okay.
State's Exhibit 7 will be admitted by stipulation.
And if you could just hold that photo up so the jury can see it. And you said John was about 40 years old? Was John previously married?
yes.
And what is his ex-wife's name?
Rebecca Bashir Mast.
And did they have any children together?
Yes,
How many children?
2.
And what are their children's names?
Bashira and Zane.
And do you know John's father-in-law?
Yes,
And what is his name?
James Bashir.
Do you see James Brashear in the courtroom today?
Yes,
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Navy suit.
And,
Bashir.
and prior to February 5th of 2021, had you seen James Brashear before?
Yes,
And on February 5th, 2021, would you have been able to recognize him?
yes,
So moving to February 5th of 2021, do you recall that day?
yes,
Did you come to Lewiston that day?
yes.
And why did you come to Lewiston?
To help John with the custody exchange.
And can you describe how that came about? How did you know to come to Lewiston?
John text.
And did you come up with a plan about where to meet?
Yes,
And where were you to meet John?
Rosar's parking lot.
Did anyone else from your family also meet you and John at the Rosar's parking lot?
Yes,
And who was that?
my brother Stephen,
And is Stephen older or younger than you?
younger,
And is he older or younger than John?
younger.
Do you remember approximately what time you arrived at the Rosar's parking lot?
Yes,
And what time was that?
5:40.
And what was the parking lot like when you arrived?
The lower lot did not have many people, many cars parked there, but the upper lot was full.
And when you arrived, pulled into the Rosar's parking lot, what did you do?
I parked
And then what did you do?
and I went to Stephen's vehicle where John and Stephen were.
And about how long were you at Stephen's vehicle with Stephen and John?
Not even a minute.
And then what happened?
John said it's almost time.
And so what did you do?
So he asked me to record it, so he left to go down to his van and I was still in the vehicle with Stephen.
And what did you and Stephen do?
Stephen was parking his rig in a better parking spot. And as he was parking, I saw Rebecca Suburban pull in. So I said, let me out. She's here. And I got out.
And when you got out of Stephen's vehicle, where were you headed to?
To John in
And
the lower lot.
in the lower lot. And so how did you get from Stephen's vehicle to where John was?
Just kind of ran and walked.
Okay. And what happened when you got to John's vehicle?
I asked him a question. I asked him, where do you want me?
And was at this point in time, what was John doing?
The van door was open, it was just at the side of the van.
And you asked where did he want you? And so based upon that information, what did you do?
He said just somewhere safe, a safe spot. And so in the middle of that, we got interrupted.
And how did you get interrupted?
Jim was walking up to John's van and said, hey, John,
And then what happened?
and started shooting.
When was the first time that you saw Jim?
At exactly 5:56.
And where was he at in relation to where you were?
He had parked his rig and was walking up towards John
From which vehicle?
from Rebecca's Suburban.
And you said the next thing that happened was then you heard him say, hi, John.
Yes.
And after you heard the defendant say, hi, John, what happened next?
He started shooting.
Approximately how many times did he shoot?
In my mind, I would say 2 to 3 times.
And who was he shooting at?
At the time, I thought it was both of us. But when nothing happened, I wasn't sure what was happening.
What was John's reaction?
He ducked and ran.
And what was your reaction?
I was calling 911.
Which direction did John run?
Up towards Rosar's.
When you saw the defendant walk from the Suburban up to John, what was his demeanor like? How was he walking?
very calm and deliberate.
When the defendant shot John, how far away from John was the defendant?
In my mind, I would say 8 to 10 feet.
And how far away from John were you?
Again, in my mind, I would say 2 to 3 feet.
And what were you feeling while this was happening?
At that point, anger that happened, and concern that John is okay.
So you testified that you saw John run towards the busier side of the parking lot.
Yes.
And what did you do?
I was on the phone with 911 and also keeping my eyes on Jim. Well, as John ran, Jim fired another shot or two. So I didn't know was John okay or not. So I was on the phone with 911. And as soon as I heard sirens and I was watching that Jim does not get away and other people started to gather, I ran up to John.
And you said that you were watching Jim to see what he was going to do. What did you see him do?
Kind of walk away a little bit, but at the time I was on the phone with 911 and he said, go ahead, call the cops. And I said, oh, I did. And he just slowly headed back toward his vehicle.
So at that point, when Jim is back at his own vehicle, what did you do?
I ran out to John.
And did you find him?
Yes.
Where did you find him
He was slumped beside a car.
at? And who was with him?
Stephen and several just people that were at Rosar's.
And what did John look like?
You could tell it wasn't good.
Could you see any injuries?
No, I don't believe so.
And was John conscious?
Yes.
And what was he doing?
Just laying there.
And so what did you do?
I talked with him. I told him to hang on. That Shire and Zane need him. And he squeezed my hand several times. And when I saw he is, there's other people with him, I stepped away and called my parents.
Why did you do that?
I told them what happened and asked if they have anything to say to him.
And so what did you do then?
I held out the phone to him. It was on speaker, so he could hear what Mom and Dad said.
And then what happened?
So Mom and Dad had a few words to him, and then I was told to, or somebody said, let's not excite him too much. Let's keep him calm. And I think about that the ambulance showed up.
And were you still there when the ambulance crew worked on him?
As soon as they they grabbed him and I stepped away.
So the ambulance crew was not there very long. And I'm sorry, could you answer out loud?
No, not to my recollection.
And then when the ambulance crew took John away, at that point, did you speak with police officers?
Yes.
And you told them what you observed and what happened that night?
Yes.
And then at that point, did you go to the hospital?
Yes, after they said it's okay to leave.
And what happened when you got to the hospital?
We were put into a waiting room, Stephen and I, and then until the doctor could come in and talk to us.
And what did you learn about John's condition while you were at the hospital?
They said he died on the way.
Do you remember where you went after the hospital?
Yes, back to the parking lot.
And at some point that night, did you also talk with detectives at the police department?
Yes. Direction, we headed to the police department first.
And did you tell police what you had observed that night?
Yes.
Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Lotus Trail. Thank you for doing that. I'm going to express myself to loss. Of course, I won't be looking difficult questions, I'll try to keep them as short as I can, just a few. I think I heard you testify that while in the parking lot that night waiting for Becky Brescier, your recollection is that you saw this Suburban, apparently driven by Mr. Brescier, yes?
I saw the Suburban, but you could not tell who was driving.
Okay. Did you, well, let's skip that. Your indication was that you believe Mr. Brescier arrived around 5:56 p.m.?
I had my phone in my hand, was taking a screenshot at the time. And when the Suburban pulled in, not knowing it was Jim at that time.
Okay. So you had your phone up, and that's why you had this very precise.
Yes,
That was my question. Thank you. So your phone, the time on the phone, it was accurate?
yes.
I know emotionally this is extraordinarily traumatic, so I'm not asking you about the emotions. But were you physically injured by Mr. Brescier on this occasion?
No,
Did Mr. Brescier ever say anything directly to you?
yes.
What did he say to you?
Go ahead, call the cops.
That was after he was fired, whatever.
Yes,
You described watching after the shooting, Mr. Brescier slowly returning to the Suburban. Did I hear that correctly?
he started walking back towards his Suburban.
Okay. Could you tell or do you recall whether he was on the telephone at that time?
No,
You could not tell or he was not?
he was not, according to what I saw.
Okay. Did you see him actually arrive back to the Suburban before you put your attention elsewhere?
The cops, law enforcement rolled in, and that's when I turned and went up to John.
All right. Did you happen to see Mr. Brescier do anything with the firearm with discharge?
No,
That's all that I have. Thank you.
Ms. Smith, any regrets?
Yes, Your Honor, just one question. Betty, you just testified about 5:56 p.m. being the screenshot you took on. Did you take that screenshot when you saw can you describe when you took that screenshot?
at 5:55 is when I saw the Suburban roll in, and I started running down towards John, and on the way, I saw 5:56. I tried to take a screenshot, and it never took.
And so you took the screenshot. Where were you located when you took the screenshot?
Right at John. Right at John's name.
The first screenshot.
Yes,
You were with John at the first screenshot. Just a minute ago, you testified that you took the screenshot and then you ran towards John. And then you took a second screenshot?
no, it's all a blur,
Yes.
but it was 5:56 when I was at John and attempting to take that screenshot.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for clarifying that. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any regrets? All right. May this witness be excused.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Troy, you may step down. Ms. Smith, Mr. Coleman, state's next witness is Janet Schaefer. She'll be out there. Please be seated. I'm going to have you pull that microphone close, and if you could please state and spell your name for the record.
Jeanette Lynn Schaffner, JANETTELYNNSCHAFFNER.
Mr. Coleman, you may inquire. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Morning.
Schaffner, can you tell us where you're currently employed?
It's first time sheriff's office,
How long have you been there?
3 months.
And what's your job duties at the sheriff's office?
Dispatcher communications,
Where were you working prior to that?
Lewiston Police Department,
How long did you work for Lewiston Police Department?
20 years.
What did you do when you worked there?
Communications,
And were you involved in dispatch at Lewiston Police Department as well?
yes.
Do you have any sort of specialized training to be a dispatcher?
I have an advanced certification in dispatcher.
And that's through the Post Academy for the state of Idaho?
Yes.
Tell the jury a little bit about what your typical job duties are as a dispatcher.
Answer administrative 911 calls, decide what services need to go, dispatch on the radio for police, fire, and medical.
So you, as a dispatcher, have you had to deal with some pretty stressful situations?
Yes.
Were you working for the Lewiston Police Department as a dispatcher on January 5th of 2021? February 5th, I mean?
Yes.
And do you recall what shift you were working that day?
No.
Do you recall receiving any 911 calls with regards to a shooting? Do you recall what time that was?
No.
Do you remember if it was more towards evening?
Yes.
When you get a call that's with regards to a shooting, what kind of steps do you take?
I mean, you find out where it is, possibly who's involved, how many gunshots, if there are any injuries, the who, what, where, when, and why.
Okay. And are the 911 calls that you received recorded?
Yes.
How does that work?
I'm not sure which one.
So when the call comes in, do you have to flip a switch to make it record, or is it just automatically record?
Automatic records.
And are those calls, when they're recorded, maintained in your system?
Yes.
Do you know how they're maintained, or you have to do it on purpose, or is it just automatically?
There's a server, but we also have a playback on the computer. It's saved 2 different ways.
So on this particular night, when you got that call, what steps did you take?
Well, I was call taker and dispatching. So I answered the call, asked questions, dispatched. Multiple calls were coming in, so I was answering several of them.
When you say multiple calls, are you talking about the same incident?
Yes.
Did you dispatch police to the location?
I'm not sure who I dispatched. I just know on one of the recordings I told them that I was dispatching it if he went back.
And where was the location of the reported shooting?
Those hours.
And was it reported at Rosar's, and that's in Lewiston,
Yes,
which is in Idaho?
yes. We confirm when people give us names, locations, addresses.
And was this particular call that we're talking about on February 5th recorded as you described?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review that call?
Yes.
Can I have the witness handed what's been marked as Stacy Exhibit 8, please? Do you recognize that?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
I listened to it and signed it in office.
So those are your initials?
Yes.
And you reviewed the audio that's on that disc?
Yes.
And you know
You know that to be a fair and accurate copy of the call that came in on February 5th?
Yes.
With the recognition of State's Exhibit 8.
Ms. Rugby?
There's no objection.
State's Exhibit 8 will be admitted.
I would ask to publish this to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Oh, hold on.
Melissa 911, location of your emergency.
There's someone shooting at my brother in the Rosars parking lot.
Rosars?
Yes.
Okay, and there's shots fired?
Yes.
Okay, and then are you there?
I said, yes, we needed it.
Hold on just a second, hold on.
Yeah. I told 911. John, sit down, lay down. Lay down, John. Give me some heat. Hey, he got shot. Yes. John, what do you need?
Please.
That guy down there, should I? Yes. In that suburban, he's waiting there.
Waiting there?
Yes. He said, call the cops. John, the ambulance is coming. John, stay with us. We're really bleeding, so we gotta stop the bleeding. Yes, but John, I love you. Stay with us. I can't see you. Right here. There's some. No, John. Say something. Okay. Sometimes we don't.
So that was the entirety of that particular call. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there was some stuff that was recorded, it sounded like before you picked up. Is that normal on your system?
Yes, it usually records a few seconds prior to picking up the phone and a few seconds after being done.
And then it seemed like there was, obviously you were, I'm guessing as you described, doing other things when you put somebody on hold, but it also continues to record on that line when it's placed on hold. When you're done taking a call like that, do you do anything else? I mean, when you're done, I guess when the call is completed, are you still busy with your job duties?
Yes.
What kind of other things do you have to do?
Witnesses, we usually try and get all of their names and stuff. Even though the call was on hold, we got back to her and got her information after answering other calls. So we still have that information to put into the system.
Thank you. No further questions.
Yeah, but I'm just curious, what is the duty? Yeah, we're during the course of
That it's on hold.
it's on hold. So that's an indication to you as a dispatcher, if you're reviewing these records, that you are on hold, is that on purpose?
That's just what the hold is.
Okay. And yet it's still recording, obviously.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? Mr. Begbie with that?
That's all I have.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Coleman, any redirect?
No, Your Honor, and this witness be excused.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think this is an appropriate time to take our morning break. Let's go ahead and take 15 minutes and we'll recommence at 10:40. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, during the course
All right, it's live. See a second. Oh, yeah.
Check, check. It'd be coming out of this mic now. What do I say? Can you hear this mic? It's not like do anything. Yeah, it sounds crazy, huh? Over here, you walk out. Are you guys still alive? That's check, 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 check. That's not a speed issue. That's what just.
Back to the
I think that's, it could be something going on with this.
All right, party's ready to proceed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let's go back on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear, Nez County case number CR 35-21-0815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with the attorney, Mr. Bugby. Mr. Coleman, Ms. Smith are present on behalf of the state. We are outside the presence of the jury. At this moment, anything we need to take up before we return the jury?
Nothing from the state.
All right, please rise and we'll return the jury. Be seated. The jury's back together with us. And Mr. Coleman, you may call your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Stephen Mast.
Mr. Mast, if you would hold that microphone close. I'm going to ask you to speak directly into that so I can hear. Mr. Coleman, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please state your name?
Stephen Mast,
How do you spell your last name?
M-A-S-T,
And Mr. Mast, where do you currently live?
Emmett, Idaho.
Are you related to John Mast?
Yes,
How are you related to him?
I'm a brother,
Are you older or younger?
younger,
How many years younger?
about a year and a half,
How many siblings do you have?
7 surviving.
Do you recall the night of, or the day of February 5th of 2021?
Yes, I do.
Where were you when you started your day?
In Emmett, Idaho,
How far away is Emmett in terms of driving?
about 4.5 hours.
Did you hear from your brother that day?
Yes,
Do you recall what time it was?
around 11 o'clock a.m.
Did you make a decision after talking to him to drive to Lewiston that day?
Yes, I did,
And why did you make that decision?
just to be there for the custody exchange.
What time did you wind up leaving?
Around 11:30, 11:45 local time.
So you made the decision fairly quickly.
I did, yes.
Did you ever make it to Lewiston?
Yes, I did.
What time did you make it?
I arrived in Lewiston around 5:30,
Where did you go?
the Rose Arts parking lot.
Why did you go there?
I went there just to be with John for the custody exchange.
And that's where it was going to take place.
That's correct, yes.
Was John there when you arrived?
Yes, he was.
Did you have an opportunity to speak with him at that point?
Yes, I did.
Was there anybody else that you knew there?
Not initially.
What did you do when you got there?
I sat in my car and started looking around for John, and then he approached my car in about a minute or so, and we talked for a little bit.
Mr. Mast, would you mind pulling that microphone just a little closer?
So you said you saw John somewhere in the parking lot at that point?
I didn't see him until he was at my car.
Oh, okay. He saw you before you saw him?
Yes, that's right.
And do you recall what your brother was driving that day?
Yes, he was driving a minivan.
Did you see the minivan at the point when you saw him then, or was it sometime later?
It was a bit later.
What part of the parking lot were you parked in when you first got there?
I was close to the front of the store, kind of on the right side of the parking lot.
And then you had some opportunity to discuss things with your brother after that?
Chatted a little bit.
And then what happened?
And then at that point, Betty joined in with us as well. And we saw Becky's car pull in.
And Betty's your sister who testified here earlier.
That is correct,
yes. And then you said, what did you say in the second part? I'm sorry, I missed that.
We saw Becky's car arrive at that point.
Can you describe what that car looked like?
Yeah, it was a blue Suburban.
And what did you do after you saw her car pull in?
I started relocating my car just to find a better parking spot.
And what do you mean by a better parking spot?
Just so I could be at a little bit of a vantage point to see the custody exchange.
And it's closer to where it was supposed to happen then?
Yes.
What did John and your sister do?
John started walking down towards the lower end of the parking lot, towards his car, which was close to the book exchange. And my sister started riding with me, but then she got out of the car and went with him as well.
Were you able to get your vehicle relocated?
As I was putting it in reverse, close to where this happened, I saw Jim and then I stopped the car. I didn't get it parked.
Where your vehicle was located and where you're sitting, you said you saw Jim? When you say Jim, who's Jim?
James Bashir. Sorry.
And you've known James Bashir for some time?
Yes.
Where was he when you first saw him?
He was walking from his Suburban where he had parked from the Suburban towards John's car.
Was there some distance between the two vehicles?
Yes, I would say 40 to 50 feet.
So when you saw Mr. Bashir, you said you just stopped and then you were just observing at that point?
Yes. The second I saw him, he was raising his gun to shoot.
Oh, okay.
It was that fast.
Where was John located at the time that you saw Mr. Bashir?
John was located on the Rosar side of the minivan.
What did he appear to be doing?
He had the door open, the back door of the car, and was making sure the back seat is ready for the children.
So you said that you saw Mr. Bashir, and then shortly after, that's when the shooting started. Can you just describe from the moment that you saw him what you observed?
Yes. Mr. Bashir was walking towards John, and John had his back turned. I was in my car, the door closed, but I saw him mouth something. I didn't really hear him. And at that point, when he did mouth something, John turned around and started approaching Mr. Bashir. And that's when Mr. Bashir raised his gun and shot.
So you could see Mr. Bashir holding a gun at that point?
Yes.
Can you describe generally what the firearm looked like?
Yeah, it was a handgun similar to the 9mm.
How far away from John was Mr. Bashir when he started firing?
I would say around 8 feet.
How many shots were fired? As you recall?
I believe 3.
And after the shots were fired, what happened next?
John kind of ducked and started running away.
And what did you do?
I parked my car and got out, and started going towards the direction John was running to be with him.
Did you see Mr. Bashir after the shots were fired?
Yes, he actually looked over towards me. It's about 40 foot away. I believe made eye contact, and then I had in that process also honked my horn to try to stop this. And then I believe he started walking, Mr. Bashir started walking back towards the Suburban.
So Mr. Bashir looked towards you while you were still in your vehicle?
That is correct, yes.
And then after you said he looked over at you, then he turned around and started walking back towards the Suburban you described?
Yes,
Was it after that you got out of your vehicle?
yes, it was.
And then what did you do?
When I got out of my vehicle, I ran over towards where John was going and intercepted him.
How far away had John ran?
He had ran almost, I'd say 80 to 100 feet from the place where he was shot.
In which direction was it from where Mr. Bashir was?
Away from him and towards the Rosars store.
When you got to him, describe what you saw.
John went, there was an area on the lower end where there were not many cars, so he ran towards the store to get behind the first car, got behind the car, put some distance between him and Mr. Bashir, and then he was slumped over the car looking back towards Mr. Bashir to see if he's continuing to pursue him.
What did you do?
I put my arm around him and was there with him and then helped him go down to the ground.
Did you notice any wounds on your brother?
Can you repeat that, please?
Did you see if your brother had been shot?
Yes, I did.
What did that look like to you?
I saw 2 bullet entries.
Where were they?
One was close to his navel, the other one was in his chest.
So after you helped him to the ground, what happened after that?
Some shoppers started gathering around and we talked to him, tried to get him to stay with us. And he had called 911 and then law enforcement was there shortly.
Did you ever see your brother alive again for that?
No, I didn't.
Did you see Mr. Bashir after that?
After that moment, yes, I saw him still by the Suburban.
Could you make any observations of what he was doing?
Yes, he was standing there. I believe he had his hands raised and was standing there.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Describe the cross-examination.
Express my sympathy to you. Express my sympathy to you and to your family. I only have a couple of questions for you. You indicated in your direct testimony at some point you noticed the Suburban that you identified as belonging to Becky Rushier Mast? Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
Had you seen that Suburban before?
I don't recall.
Well, I'm asking because I'm wondering how you recognize that as being the Suburban that belonged to your sister.
Correction, I had been with John at a prior and had noticed Becky does drive that car.
Okay, so your testimony is that you saw it and you recognized it as being the car that belonged to Miss Brashear Max, yes?
Yes,
You said it was blue,
yes,
did it actually brown?
no,
Mr. Coleman talked with you, or you described the moment that Mr. Brashear raised his gun towards your brother. And when you did that, from the stand, you moved your right hand towards your waist. Did you do that on purpose?
No,
Was that movement consistent with what you saw from Mr. Brashear?
no.
How did you see Mr. Brashear point his firearm at your brother?
As a shooter would in front of himself.
Did you see where the gun came from?
No,
Well, I asked you about that movement because I was wondering if you saw Mr. Brashear get the gun from a waistband holster. If you're telling us that is not what happened, you did not intend.
I do not recall seeing the waistband holster.
You recall seeing if Mr. Brashear had the gun in his hand from the moment you recognized he had a gun?
Can you repeat that?
I just wonder if you watched him reach for the gun before he pointed it at your brother.
No.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Coleman, may I read it? I have no rejection. Mr. Master, may sit there. Thank you. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Smith?
Your Honor, the state calls Chris Wright.
I can turn it off. Okay. I think the AC adapter is fine. If you want to say, we'll be right back and I can go into the menu. Turn it off. These cameras are meant for live streaming, obviously.
We have room under the penalty of perjury that was
Thank you, Mr. Wright. If you please be seated. I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone a little closer. Our air conditioning on, which makes it difficult to hear unless you're speaking directly into the microphone. Would you please state and spell your name for the record, please?
Yeah, Chris Wright, CHRIS.
And your last name?
Oh, WRIGHT.
Thank you. Ms. Smith, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where do you work?
Rosar Supermarkets,
How long have you worked for Rosars?
approximately 22 years.
And what are your duties at Rosars?
I'm front-end manager,
And how long have you been the front-end manager?
8 years.
And what do you do as the front-end manager?
Run the department, hire employees, train.
Do you have any involvement with the surveillance system at Rosars?
I do.
And how does the surveillance system at Rosars work?
It's an open eye system that I was certified in 2003.
And what happens with the recordings that the surveillance video is recording?
It saves in the DVR.
And can you access those recordings?
Yep, for up to 2 months usually.
Were you working on February 5th of 2021?
I was.
And at approximately a little after 6 p.m. that evening, were you contacted by the police department for some video?
Yes.
And did they ask you to provide surveillance video about the events of that evening?
Yes,
And were you able to provide it to them?
I did.
Could I have the witness hand to State's Exhibit 10?
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 10?
Yes.
And how do you recognize that disc?
It's one of the videos that we had watched that I had burned for Officer Fuentes,
And how do you know that that's the disc that you watched?
because I watched it with you and Justin.
And did you also sign or initial the disc?
Yes, I did.
So the disc that is in front of you, is that a true and accurate copy of the surveillance video that you provided to police on February 5th?
Yes.
Statements for the admission of State's Exhibit 10.
Ms. Runby. State's Exhibit 10 will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I publish the video to the jury?
You may. that going to appear full screen on the?
Yes, I believe
image
so.
screen? Okay.
I am going to share my. Mr. Wright, which area of the parking lot did the events on February 5th occur in?
The upper left corner.
I was just wondering.
Yes, sir.
There is a thing to hide the sidebar on your screen. Would you mind? doing that?
You don't have control over your picture.
Never mind it. Maybe Deputy Levitt can do that. All right, there we go. I didn't want to obstruct the video. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
State does not have any further questions for this witness and we're going to an additional witness during the case of
Mr. Bugby, any cross-examination for Mr. Wright? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You may step down. May this witness be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wright.
And I think the TV can be moved back and we are also done with Zoom.
Okay.
For this day.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, you
Next witness. Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Kyle Green. Mr. Green, yeah. Please, my clerk, please one, please. Thank you, Mr. Green. Will you please proceed with yourself comfortable? I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone close, and if you would please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Kyle Green, Kyle Green.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Mr. Coleman, may inquire. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Green.
Morning.
Will you please tell us where you work?
I work for the Lewiston Fire Department
How long have you worked there?
since 2014.
What do you do for the fire department?
I'm an engineer, paramedic, so and my job is to manage whatever apparatus I'm assigned to and provide paramedic care for the city.
When you say apparatus, what are you talking about?
Ladder trucks, fire engines, or ambulances.
And when you are assigned to a certain apparatus, does that change what types of job duties you have?
Yeah, somewhat.
What kind of training and certifications do you have for your job?
So I'm a certified paramedic, engineer. I'm certified through our department based off testing practices. I'm also a advanced cardiac life support provider, CPR provider, pediatric advanced life support provider.
Were you working in your current capacity on February 5th of 2021?
I was.
Do you recall which apparatus you were assigned to that night?
I was assigned to Medic 7-2, the ambulance in the East Orchards.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I do not. There was some overtime going on that day. The crew was not my standard norm, but I believe it was C shift.
Gotcha. Which C shift cover?
Excuse me.
What does C shift cover? What time frame?
Our shifts are from 0800 until 0800 the next morning.
Okay. When you were on that assignment, did you get called out with regards to some gunshots?
Yes, we were dispatched to the Rosars area for a possible gunshot victim.
And did you respond to that location?
We responded to staging in the area, and we staged at Gateway Materials and Zip Trip along Thane Road, a safe distance from the parking lot.
And why was that?
Until law enforcement clears the scene, if we're advised to stage by dispatch, then we stage. In this case, we staged, put on our tactical gear as we were entering a shooting environment, which is part of our protocol.
What kind of gear do you have that's tactical gear?
We wear a vest and a helmet.
So you're stationed until they clear the scene, that's for safety precautions? Yes. And the tactical gear also is for safety precautions?
Yes.
How long before you were able to actually go to the Rosars parking lot?
Oh, it was a short time, maybe 1 minute.
And Rosars, that's in Lewiston, Idaho, correct?
Yes, sir.
When you arrived in the Rosars parking lot, what did you do?
We pulled into the parking lot. We could see there was law enforcement vehicles at the west side of the parking lot, so we pulled up right next to the officers. The patient was laying on the ground being cared for by the officer, and we parked our ambulance right beside him.
So you're able to identify who it was that was shot?
Yeah, I could see there was a 40-year-old male laying on the ground next to an officer, just probably a few yards from our vehicle.
What did you do after that?
I got out of the ambulance, I grabbed a backboard, and I told my partner to get the gurney out so we could rapidly get him out of the parking lot into the back of the ambulance where there was lighting and safety.
So you're still concerned about the safety aspect of a scene like that?
Well, even if law enforcement clears the scene, we're always trained and taught to assume that it's not.
Were you able to identify who the individual that was shot?
Can you repeat that?
Did you identify the individual who was shot?
Could I identify
His
him?
name? Were you able to do that at some point?
His name was John. I asked him his name in the back of the ambulance. He was able to tell me his name was John, and he was having difficulty breathing. That was all that he told me.
What kind of observations, as you were conducting your care for him, did you make about the injuries that he had?
So I noticed that he had multiple gunshot wounds, which were life-threatening. They needed immediate surgical intervention, most likely. So for us, he meets a trauma priority 1 criteria based off of things that I found. And he was a high priority patient to get out of the scene and get to the hospital immediately.
So you're making these observations as you're loading him and then as you're going to the hospital?
As we're assessing, yeah.
Can you describe where the location of the gunshots that you observed were located on his body?
There was one to the center of his chest that officer placed a chest seal on. There was one to the center of his abdomen, and there was one on his side mid-axillary in the abdomen area.
Based on your training experience and the observations that you're making of him as you were assessing him and going through his protocols that you had, did you have a prognosis of what you thought how he was doing or how he was going to do?
Well, like I said, based off what I was finding, he was a trauma priority 1 trauma coded patient. He had high index for internal hemorrhage, blood loss, hypovolemic shock, tension pneumothorax, hemopneumothorax.
And then what happened with him while you were transporting him to the hospital?
Shortly after we initiated transport, he started to breathe more spontaneously. His eyes started to roll back in his head. We started to assist his ventilations, and then he became unconscious.
What did you do then?
We assisted his ventilations with a bag valve mask and oxygen, and we initiated CPR once we lost central pulses.
So what do you mean by you lost central pulses?
So initially he lacked a radial pulse, which normally you need 80 millimeters of mercury to provide a good strong radial pulse. We could palp carotid pulses, which are usually around 60 millimeters of mercury. Once we had lost those, he had lost sufficient blood pressure to perfuse his body.
So you're talking about observing his heart with those?
Pulses. We had placed a cardiac monitor on him, but blood pressures were unobtainable due to low volume, and pulses were very tough to obtain as well.
Did you continue CPR?
We continued CPR all the way to the hospital.
And when did you stop?
When we transferred care in the emergency room.
And that was the last interactions you had with Mr. Mast, John, that night?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Green. You may step down. Just wondering, we'll call the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trying to see if he has arrived yet. He was en route. He's a deputy sheriff, and I think he had some issues against him. So he's not here. I don't know if the court would like to, because I think our next witnesses are lined up for after lunch break at this point.
Why don't we do this? Let's go ahead and let's take an early lunch today. If we start back at 12:30, will that be sufficient time to get your next witness? Let me ask the jury for a minute. If you want an hour, hour and a half, how much time would you like? I'm open to suggestions. I aim to please.
We can.
Why don't we go, let's come back at 12:45. That'll give us an hour and a half. Sounds like we're running a little bit of schedule. So ladies and gentlemen, I need to give you this instruction one more time. During the course of this trial, You are instructed that you are not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. With that, we plan to get started here in an hour and a half at 12:45. Get an early jump on the lunch hour and an early jump on the afternoon. So with that, if you please rise for adjournment. Okay, you may be seated. Council will see you back just before 12:45. Recess.
Check 1, 2. Check. Let me make sure it's coming in on this one. Check 1, 2. Yeah.
You
All right,
good
so-
through there?
Yes, so we're
Yeah,
good. Let me
we're
mute
going.
this.
What I did is I
Thank you. Please be seated.
You guys stumbled over it up?
We are waiting for pressure. By the way, I saw them doing something on the road with the HVAC, so. So I apologize if the temperature fluctuates.
So you're only getting a square, right? You're just getting a square feet, how many? I'll just send everybody. He already brought it. Gotta get the page anymore. Do you want to dump it out there? Oh, we don't have USB. Okay, just hang on.
All right, let's go ahead and we'll go back on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear. Nez County case number CR 35-21-815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Bugbee. The state is represented by Mr. Coleman, Ms. Smith. We're also present at council table. We have just completed enumerate. Council, is there anything that we need to take up before we return the jury? Nothing from the state. All right, very good. Why don't we return the jury? Please rise. Thank you. Please be seated. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from lunch. Where we left off, the state was presenting witnesses. Mr. Coleman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. State College Deputy Darren McKenzie.
Deputy, if you would have a chair, make yourself comfortable. And I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone close. We've got our air conditioning on. We want to make sure we can hear you. If you would please state and spell your name for the record.
My name is Darren McKenzie, McKenzie.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Where do you currently work, Mr. McKenzie?
What's that?
Where do you work?
Nez County Sheriff's Department.
And how long have you been there?
Been there almost 10 years, 10 years in December.
Is that the only law enforcement job you've had?
Yes.
Are you certified in the state of Idaho to be a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I am. I'm certified through post as basic certification.
What kind of training have you gone through to become an officer?
I've had to go through all the mandatory post training down there, well, for detention and patrol, as well as extra training for DUI investigations and things like that.
What kind of job duties do you have in your current role?
Normal patrol duties, being available for calls, all of our 911 relay stuff and regular traffic.
Through you working in your current capacity on February 5th of 2021?
I was.
Do you recall what shift you were working?
I believe it was swing shift.
And what time frame was that?
That's 4 p.m. to 2 a.m.
While you were on duty, did you receive a call regarding gunshots or shots fired?
So I did not personally receive the call. It was actually an LPD call, but I was on duty in the area. As I scanned them, their calls come over my radio. So I heard the call come out, and I was less than a block away when that came out, so I responded.
What was the nature of the call that you heard?
I heard it was multiple shots fired in the parking lot at Rosars, possibly one victim down.
How far away were you when you heard that?
I was the next stoplight to the south, so less than a block.
How long did it take you to get to Rosars parking lot?
Within a couple of minutes.
Where did you enter the parking lot from?
I entered the parking lot from Thane Road and then kind of came across the parking lot past the old Jiffy Lube and noticed the subject down by that vehicle over there with a couple of people kneeling beside him. So I pulled up there close, did a brief scan, didn't see any subjects on right away, so I just started first aid.
So you pulled in and you pulled further into the parking lot, and at that point's when you noticed a group of people?
Yes.
And that's what drew your attention to that particular
Yep.
location? Where did you place your patrol vehicle then?
My patrol vehicle would have been, reference points there, I guess, between, I guess from where the incident happened, it was between that and the Thane Road, or between that and the old Jiffy Lube building.
How far away from the group of people did you park?
30, 40 feet.
You said you observed a large group of people. How many people were inside?
I believe there was 3 people there beside the person that was down.
How busy was the parking lot that night?
It wasn't highly busy at that time. I mean, it was pretty regular, but I guess there was probably 20 or 30 vehicles in the parking lot. But that area was not very busy. There was 2 or 3 cars there, and then kind of a line of cars down the east or west side of the parking lot.
So Friday night at 6, it was a regular busy, you'd expect at the grocery store?
Yeah.
What did you do after you kind of scanned around and made sure there was nobody else that you worried about?
As soon as I did a brief scan, I didn't see anybody obviously running away with a gun or anything standing around or still shooting. So I just grabbed my go bag, my medic bag that I keep in the car, and immediately started first aid on that subject. He had a couple of gunshot wounds, so I put a chest seal on and stabilized him, and while we were waiting for medics.
Okay, so you got out of your car, you assumed that the individual laying on the ground was hurt.
Victim, yep.
And you grabbed what you needed to provide first aid.
Yes.
When you got over to him, what immediate observations did you make of him while he's laying?
Immediately, like I said, I noticed I checked his chest, and I noticed the 2 gunshots in his chest. I didn't see the one in the back at that time, but he had one about nipple level in the center of his chest, and then one further down in his abdomen.
They were almost directly above and below each other, those two?
Yes.
And
he was definitely having trouble breathing at that time, but still awake and conscious,
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you said you applied some sort of something that you brought with you?
Yeah, it's a chest seal is what it is, and it's just a combat medic type of a deal. It's like an oversized Band-Aid, but it's kind of extra sticky, so it completely seals that chest off so that then it helps breathe and seal everything out.
Was there anybody else helping you while you're doing this?
There was one gal there that said she was a nurse. I didn't catch names at the time. That she was, but as soon as I kind of took over, they kind of stepped back and let me do my job.
What else did you do to help him at that point?
At that point, like I said, I got that chest seal and I put some gauze pad on the lower wound and held pressure there, waiting for medics. I asked one of the people who shot him or whatever, and they just pointed down the road. They said that guy is still standing there by his pickup. And I looked down the road and I seen an individual standing down there. That was about all I could see from that vantage point.
So you were the first law enforcement
I
on the
was
scene.
first law enforcement on scene.
Did anybody else arrive?
There was an LPD officer that arrived shortly after me, and that was right after I'd talked to that person that was helping me. And so I pointed him in that direction. He went down and contacted the subject they arrested.
What were you doing while he was going to do that?
I was still holding pressure on the wounds on the victim.
How long were you administering help for that individual?
I think it was only 4 or 5 minutes before medics showed up. And then they showed up right on the spot, so we were able to put him on a gurney and right into the ambulance, and they got him to there pretty quick.
So they loaded him very, very quickly, you said?
Yes, it was very quickly.
After they removed him, what did you do next?
After they removed him, I just assisted LPD by helping set up some perimeter taping, and then they asked me to look for some shell casings. I found 2 or 3 shell casings there near the vehicles, and never touched any of them, just put markers by them and notified LPD where they were at.
How big of an area were you looking? I mean,
We covered probably a third of that parking lot, that whole, what would be the northwest corner of that parking lot. That's kind of what we canvassed and taped off.
and the shells that you located, how far away were they from the individual you were assisting?
Within 10 feet, probably, if I remember right.
And that was sometime after he'd been removed, is when you
Yes.
located those?
Yep.
Did you do anything else with regards to the case?
No.
Okay, no further questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bugby, cross-examination.
I don't have any questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Deputy, thank you. You may be excused and step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Coleman. Next state calls Matthew Klein. We will, probably not quite yet, because we'll be looking to see the return.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we take a quick break? I'm going to investigate what the situation is with the HVAC at any rate, because I think we turned it off right now, and I suspect that we're going to have some temperature fluctuations. So having sat in this courtroom for a couple of years, that's certainly been my experience. So ladies and gentlemen, why don't we just take a,
We were expecting him at 1, so I'm assuming he's trying to get here.
let's just take a moment. I'm going to let the jury go back to the jury room just while we do this. Ladies and gentlemen, during the course of this trial, you're instructed that you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for determination. We're going to let you go back so you can be comfortable. In the meantime, our witness will get here, and I'm going to look into the air conditioning situation. So with that, please rise for the jury. We'll take a quick recess.
Yeah. Oh, I just didn't want to. This one.
record, I just want everybody to know, it's probably gonna warm up in here. Because I think the option is to have the air conditioning on and it'll squeal at us and make it difficult to hear, or not have it on so we can hear. I want you to know I recognize that. I'll be aware of that. So I apologize. All right, let's go back on the record. This is State of Idaho versus James Robert Brashear, case CR 35-21-815. Mr. Brashear is present at council table with his attorney, Mr. Bugby. Mr. Coleman and Ms. Smith are present on behalf of the state. Sounds to me like we have our witness here. Let's return the jury. All right, please be seated. Thank you for your continued patience. Let me give you an update on the air conditioning situation. Well, it sounds to me like there may be a bearing going out. I'm now telling you more than I know about air conditioning. I think the end result is, though, it's likely going to warm up in here. In fact, I can feel the temperature rising right now. Please let me know if that becomes an issue and we can act accordingly, okay? All right, with that, Mr. Coleman, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Sergeant Craig Roberts.
Do you affirm under the penalty of perjury that the testimony of the witness matters will be the truth and the truth nothing but the truth?
All right, Sergeant, if you would please, Chair, make yourself comfortable, and I'm going to ask you to pull that microphone close. If you would please state your name and spell it for the record.
Craig Roberts, R-O-B-E-R-T-S.
All right, Ms. Smith, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Are you currently employed?
Yes, I am.
And where are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Lewiston Police Department.
How long have you worked for the police department?
For Lewiston for 23 years.
And what are your current duties?
I am assigned as a patrol supervisor to supervise daily operations of patrol officers.
Are you certified in the state of Idaho to be a police officer?
Yes, I am.
And what certification do you hold?
I hold a supervisor's certificate.
And can you explain what that means?
In the state of Idaho, there are different levels of certification for a police officer. It's based upon your years of experience and specific training that you have. I currently hold a supervisor certificate, meaning I have completed supervisory training along with basic police investigations type training.
And during your time as a police officer, are there other types of training that you have attended?
Yes, there are.
And can you, during your work as a police officer, do you use what is called a total station?
Yes, I do.
And have you received training on how to operate the total station?
Yes, I have.
What is a total station?
A total station is a survey laser. You see people out surveying land and stuff. It's basically the same thing. It's a laser that is used to measure distances.
And have you used a total station during your career?
Yes, I have.
And in what circumstances do you normally use a total station?
For me, it's usually at crash scene investigations. I have also assisted detectives in shooting crime scenes as well.
Were you working on February 5th of 2021?
Yes, I was.
And that evening, did you respond to Rosars?
Yes, I did.
How did that come about?
Dispatch advised they had a shots fired call in the Rosar's parking lot.
And once you received that information from dispatch, what did you do?
I conferred with dispatch, who confirmed that they had reports of people being shot, so I did respond to the scene.
And about how long did it take you to get from where you were at when you received the call to when you actually arrived at Rosar's?
Approximately 5 minutes.
And how did you enter the Rosar's parking lot?
Entered the Rosar's parking lot off of Thane Road, would have been the north entrance.
And what did you observe when you entered the Rosar's parking lot?
When I entered the Rosar's parking lot, there was a Nez Perce County deputy car parked towards the front of the store on the far west of the parking lot.
And did you see, other than the Nez Perce County deputy, did you see any other officers in the parking lot?
I did not originally see him. Officer Lyons contacted me via radio explaining where he was at and he needed my assistance.
And so what did you do?
I went to where Officer Lyons was located.
And what did you observe when you got to Officer Lyons' location?
When I got to where Officer Lyons was at, there was a male subject laying face down on the ground in front of a Suburban.
And at some point, were you able to identify who that person was?
Yes, it was.
And who was that person lying face down on the ground?
I was advised that he was the suspect in the shooting, and he was identified with his Idaho driver's license as James Brashear.
So once you saw him laying on the ground, what did you do?
I searched the subject for weapons. I asked him if he had any more weapons, and I handcuffed him. Once I was certain that he had no more weapons on him, I picked him up and escorted into my patrol car, where I placed him in the rear seat.
After the defendant was secured at the scene, then what did your duties become?
My duties then become scene security, which entails directing other officers to do specific tasks, also to call in needed resources, both from my department and possibly outside agencies, to assist in the investigation.
And so this is a grocery store parking lot. How exactly was the scene able to be secured?
Once we figured out where the crime scene was located, we were able to string crime scene tape, the yellow tape that everybody's seen before, around the area.
And did you take measurements at the scene?
Not at the scene. I used a total station to shoot the scene.
And so can you describe how, once the total station is set up, then what happens? How do you operate it?
Once it's set up, it's a two-person operation. I have one person hold a pole that's got a reflector on it, and they go to the area that I want shot with the laser, and I bounce the laser off the reflector, which bounces back to the instrument, which gives me a reading. This information is then downloaded into a computer-assisted drafting program, and it basically turned into a giant dot-to-dot, and I start drawing whatever it was that was shot with the total station.
And is that what you did in this specific case?
Yes, I did.
And the measurements that you obtained from the scene, were those downloaded into a program where you created a diagram?
Yes, it was.
If I could have the witness handed State's Exhibit 11.
You may.
Do you recognize State's Exhibit 11?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
The dark black lines in this is the scene that I actually shot with the total station, and it is overlaid on an aerial view of the Rosar's parking lot.
And the dark black lines that you were just describing, are those a true and accurate representation of the Rosar's parking lot on the night of February 5th?
Yes, it is.
The statement for the admission of State's Exhibit 11.
Mr. Buckley.
Please see the exhibit.
You may.
Can I approach?
You may.
Link is on there.
Thank you. Exhibit 11 will be admitted.
Now, you indicated that the, well, actually, let me back up a second. You indicated that the black lines on State's Exhibit 11 are the measurements that you took of the Rosars parking lot that night.
Correct.
And could you kind of describe for the jury the black lines that you are indicating and what they represent?
Sure. So the black lines are the edge of the parking lot down the west side to the front of the building. This is actually the Rosars building right here. And then we had crime scene tape from the fence here across to this light pole, back over to this light pole, and all the way down to these trees here and along the edge of the parking lot. All this was inside the yellow tape. These islands right here are raised parking curbs. This was another one that's got a light in it. That's what the cross line is the parking lot light, as well as this one down here. The other things in here are evidence labels that detectives put out that wanted marked. This vehicle up here was where Mr. Brashears was at when I first got it to the parking lot. This vehicle right here was Mr. Mast's vehicle. And then this is where the victim, Mr. Mast, stopped running and was found when officers first arrived.
And earlier in your testimony, you testified that the defendant was in front of a Suburban when you arrived.
Yes.
Where is the Suburban?
That's this vehicle up here in the northwest corner of the parking lot.
And do you recall there being a library book drop box at the Rosars parking lot?
Yes, I do.
And can you point to where that is located in the diagram?
It is at the base of this light here on the north island on the west side of that light pole.
Now, did you also take measurements between the various vehicles that you just described?
Yes, I did.
And one of those measurements, did you determine what the distance was between the driver's side of the Suburban and the vehicle belonging to John Mast?
Yes, I did.
And could you point out that distance in the diagram and then describe what the distance was?
From the driver's door of the Suburban, which is backed in to the driver's side of John Mast's vehicle, which is actually facing semi-west here, is 88 feet 6 inches.
And did you measure the distance between John Mast's vehicle and where John Mast was located by officers?
Yes, I did.
And can you point those two areas out on the diagram?
The distance from the driver's side of John Mast's vehicle to the passenger side of the car where he was originally found by responding officers is 119 feet 6 inches.
And you had also mentioned that there are multiple descriptions on that diagram of evidence markers.
Correct.
Can you describe how that works? What are the purpose of evidence markers?
So once detectives got on scene, they have little yellow triangles that are numbered, and they mark what they want or think is important to the scene. And then I just go through and shoot them with the laser so we know where they're at, and I label them according to the evidence number that they've put on there so they know where each piece was located in the scene.
And so when detectives marked these specific areas with the evidence markers, you also included those measurements in the total station, or the location in the total station?
In the location, correct.
And it is the detectives who determine what should be marked as evidence?
Correct.
And could you point out on the diagram, you indicated you came into the parking lot off of Thane. Can you point out how you came into the parking lot?
I would have been southeast on Thane, traveling this way, and I came into the parking lot of this first pull-out entranceway right here.
And then where did you go?
I originally started towards the area where John Mast was located, because that's where the other officers were in the flashing light, so I was primarily focused on that. Officer Lyons later contacted me on the radio and directed me to the northwest corner where he was at with Mr. Bashir.
Okay, thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Bugby, cross-examination.
I won't be the exhibit, Sergeant, you said that.
Okay.
Was Mr. Bashir compliant with you during your contact with him?
Yes, he was.
Once you placed him in the back of your patrol vehicle, did you have any other interaction with him on this occasion?
No, I did not.
How did he get from your patrol vehicle then to wherever he did?
Another officer would have taken him out of my patrol vehicle and transferred him to another one.
Very good, thank you. That's all.
Ms. Smith, any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Sergeant, you may step down. Thank you, Shirley.
Yes, we will need that.
Why don't you go right there? That'll work great. Thank you.
Yeah, would it be okay to, we will need the diagram for the next witness.
Sure.
Have it set up so everyone can see it. Thank you. It will be Captain Fuentes will need it. So I don't know the best location for the diagram, so everything else.
I'm sorry, Steve. Ms. Smith, may call your next witness. State calls Captain Rick Fuentes. As soon as he is done transferring, he is done with Mr. Coleman, I'm going to ask you to pull your microphone closer. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please face Ms. Davenport and be sworn.
Do you affirm that the council treasurer that the testimony will be in this matter should be the truth and the truth?
Yes. Thank you, Captain. If you'll have a seat, I'll have you pull that microphone close. And when you're ready, I'll have you spell your name for the record, please.
It's Rick Fuentes, Fuentes.
Thank you. Mr. Coleman?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Where do you currently work, Captain?
I work for the Lewiston Police Department.
Current job duty?
I'm a captain over the field operations.
What's field operations?
So field operations is essentially patrol, special ops, stuff like that.
What other positions have you had at the police department?
All of them, I've started as officer, detective, corporal, sergeant, lieutenant, now captain.
You have certification to be a police officer in the state of Idaho?
Yes, I do.
What's your certification?
My current certification is management certificate, which is just one below the exactly what you have to be a chief or sheriff for that.
What position did you have on February 5th of 2021?
I was, at the time, I was a lieutenant over the investigative section.
What kind of job duties did you have in that position?
It was a broad spectrum, so everything from managing your detectives to budget and overseeing some of the day-to-day operations, including any crimes, cases, and stuff that come through that section.
Actively engaged in the investigation with detectives at that point?
Yes.
Did you respond to a shooting at Rosars on that day?
On February 5th, yes.
And what time did you get called out for it?
So I think the time in my report is I got a call from the on-duty patrol sergeant, Craig Roberts. I think it was about 6:20 p.m.
And then do you remember, how long was it before you were able to get there?
I take that back. I think I arrived at 6:20. I got a call right around 6 o'clock.
Okay. And what did you see when you first arrived on scene?
It was a business parking lot, so Rosars, a grocery place, so it was chaotic, one with cars, and two, there was a lot of people standing around, including a lot of police officers at the scene. Basically, most of the west quadrant of the Rosars parking lot.
Was that area, had that area been sort of taped off by the time you arrived?
Yeah, officers were currently had a perimeter set up, and and when I first got there, they're actively engaging and putting in perimeter tape or evidence tape or scene tape. Excuse me.
What did you start doing when you got there?
So I tried to figure out exactly what has taken place. Contacted Sergeant Roberts and tried to get the lowdown of what has happened, where our scene is exactly, and then at that point. I had previously already contacted the detectives to have them respond and then organize on how we're going to manage that scene.
And I would like to direct your attention to Exhibit 10, it's this diagram right here. Is that the accurate depiction that you remember of the 11? I mean, the accurate depiction of the scene when you arrived?
Yes, it is.
But you said that it was pretty busy that night, so there was a lot of other cars.
Yeah, there was a lot of other business cars, more to the east. It was, 6 o'clock. It's a busy time at Rosars. And kind of the area to the south there in that picture, police officers, police patrol vehicles, and so on.
And how did you assist the officers who were on scene when you first arrived?
I've contacted a few of them just to make sure to see what they had going on exactly, see what they needed, and make sure that we had plenty of room for scene security and making sure that this scene was properly blocked off.
Do you have an estimate how many officers were on for this large of a scene at that point?
I believe there was at least probably 7 or 8 on scene at that point. Could have been more.
What was your, next role?
So my role is basically, I don't want to be the lead because I want to manage it, but just to assist whatever the detectives needed.
What was the first thing that you assisted with?
So I worked with Sergeant Levitt on this and trying to sort out who was going to do what. And because some of because the victim in this case was transported to the hospital, so we have a scene there, scene at Rosars, and some interviews that need to be taking place. So we're going to be split all over the place. So I remained on scene and helped Detective Erickson with the crime scene.
And what do you do when you're processing a crime scene that requires your help?
So I just have Detective Erickson tell me what to do, but I assist in marking evidence and or looking for evidence, making sure that we have all the proper witness statements, making sure the scene is secure, and he did all the photographing, but assisting with photographing, holding tapes and stuff like that.
Did you assist Detective Erickson in collecting evidence that was at the scene?
Yes, I did.
And where did you start that process at on the?
So the majority of the evidence that was actually collected was on the northwest quadrant. So it started at the suspect vehicle, which is in the very northwest corner, all the way towards the victim vehicle and into the parking lot.
I think there might be a pointer there if you needed to assist you in describing what you're getting at. You may.
We're going to be referencing the exhibit here that Mr. Bashir and I stand. So
You may. If we need to scoot it back up there.
Thank you, Roman.
So the suspect vehicle in this case was right here, and so there was evidence left on the hood based on what the original officers had told me. And then there was also additional evidence in this area where these arrows are. And then this evidence here is more blood evidence and where the victim was treated for her all his medical while on scene.
Can I have the witness handed what's been marked as State's Exhibits 3, 4, and 5? You may. Give you a minute to just look at each of those.
I'm gonna put on my glasses if that's okay. Okay.
Do you recognize these 3 items?
Yes, I do.
How are you able to recognize them?
So these are evidence items, casings that were at the scene that I had collected and secured at the scene and then later packaged and placed into evidence.
And why the information of Exhibits 3, 4, and 5?
Mr. Bugby, any objection?
No objection.
All right, exhibits 3, 4, and 5 will be admitted.
Can you point in the diagram where these 3 casings were located?
So 3, 4, and 5 are going to be 3, 4. Sorry about my shakes. 3, 4, and 5 right out here.
And you describe these as a shell casing. What's that mean?
So basically a bullet, the casing itself is what encases the powder and the lead bullet. And these were the spent casing. So once it's fired, this is what remains.
I would like to publish these to the jury at this time, Your Honor.
You may.
Well, they're kind of looking at those. I did have some further questions for you. So you said that these shell casings were all located in sort of a close proximity there, as you pointed out on the deal.
Yes, the 3 were within, I would say, 10 to 15 yards of the victim vehicle, which is right there.
And can you describe the process you go through when you collect evidence at a scene like this?
Yeah, so first of all, the scene is extensively photographed. I believe hundreds of photographs of this scene. And then eventually we put down evidence markers labeling each one on what specific item it is. So 2, 3, and 4 in this case. I don't remember what the evidence, without looking at my report, what the actual marker was for each one, but I do believe it was 2, 3, and 4 for the spent casings, and then 5 was for an additional evidence piece right there. So with that additional photographs from Detective Erickson, and then when we feel that we have enough photographs totally documenting the entire scene, and in this case, because it was a parking lot and not on a street or a residence, I did ask Sergeant Roberts to come out and do like a total station, which is documenting each point of the parking lot and the evidence. And then once that is documented, then I would collect it and put it in a bag.
You do that with every single piece of evidence that you collected it.
That's correct.
And then what do you do with it after you've collected it?
So seeing how the chain of custody is important, I kept the chain of custody and kept the evidence with me. And then once I was done with that evidence, I secured it in my unmarked patrol vehicle, locked it on scene, and remained on scene to assist with further investigation.
Where does it go after you leave the scene?
So it stays with me. We go back to the police department. We like to do additional photographs at the police department. So I believe this was a Friday night and we were off until Monday. So we secured in an evidence or a vault or basically it's a secure gun safe in our evidence section until I can come back on Monday and retrieve that out of there and take additional photographs and properly put it into our evidence vault at the Wilson Police Department.
Can I have the witness handed what's been marked as Case Exhibit 6?
You may.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
So this is an unspent shell casing that was retrieved at the scene, and basically describing that is that has not been fired yet. If you can also look at it closely, it wasn't even attempted to be fired. So the primer is intact, the lead piece is intact, and all the powder obviously is still inside.
How do you recognize this as a piece of evidence that you collected?
So this matches the same evidence that was also collected, the spent casings. This is the same, appears to be the same caliber, which is a 9mm and the same brand.
And this is evidence that you have checked in and checked out as you described?
Yes, it is.
What is the LPD property number for this piece of evidence?
It's 223631.
Is this considered evidence item number 5 for the scene?
I believe so, yeah.
I would move for admission of Stacy Exhibit 6.
Mr. Rugby, any objection?
No objection. All right, Exhibit 6 will be admitted. I would also ask to have this published to the jury. You may. Can you point out then evidence number 5 where the unspent casing was located?
So evidence number 5 is this this last arrow right here, right at that point right there.
So again, that's we were referencing 5 or 6. We're referencing Stacy Exhibit 6, which has so again, this is in somewhat close proximity to the other piece of evidence that we gathered.
That's correct.
But describe to us how come this is different, this particular bullet is different than the casings.
So this one was not fired yet. And it appears that without knowing further investigation, that it was either dropped there or intentionally discharged from the firearm as far as removed.
Now, if I could have the witness handed exhibits 1 and 2, you may. Again, if you can just take a look at these exhibits. You recognize these items?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize them?
So these are items that I collected at the scene. These specific items came off of the hood of the suspect vehicle, which I need one more hand. And in this case, the suspect vehicle was right there and they were on the hood at that location.
And it is your signature on the chain of custody on both these items?
Yes, it is.
I move for admission of State Exhibits 1 and 2. Mr. Buck, any objection?
There's no objection.
Exhibit 1 will be admitted and Exhibit 2 will be admitted. Can you please just hold up Exhibit number 1 for the jury to see at this time?
So exhibit number 1.
Can you describe what this is?
It's a Glock firearm, tan in color, 9mm.
And then Exhibit number 2, can you do the same thing, please?
Exhibit number 2 is a Glock magazine, 17 round capacity, same color as the firearm.
You described that you collected these items off of the Suburban that's in the northwest corner, as you pointed out there.
That's correct.
Were they in separate pieces when they were collected, or were they together?
No. So the firearm was intact, and then I had removed the magazine from the firearm and confirmed that it was not charged as far as had a bullet in the round. And then also at that point, I was able to count the round of magazine, or the bullets that were inside this magazine. So I had removed the bullets from this magazine originally.
I just have one moment. You may. I have no further questions at this time. Mr. Bugby, cross-examination.
Captain, thanks for being here. Two questions about exhibit number 1 and 2. Did you indicate what model clock that this was? That's exhibit number 1.
Yeah, it's in my report. By memory, I can go back to my report and read it. I think it was a Glock 17, but I'd have to go back and look.
Well, you have the item there. Can you look on
Yeah.
the item and tell us what model it is?
If I could see through that plastic.
Give it a shot.
And of course, it's packaged the opposite way, so the actual model on it is the other side. Yeah. Yes. And it may even say on the evidence label, so, I mean, Glock 19.
Is it true Glock 19 is a compact version of Glock 17?
I'm not a firearms expert, so I don't know that for certain.
Well, let me ask you this question. And you can put that aside. Does the state of Idaho allow citizens to carry concealed pistols?
Yes, they do.
What are the qualifications to be able to do so?
For Idaho, there is no qualifications besides you cannot be a convicted felon. Under certain felony, there's a list of felonies that you cannot
There
carry.
is, however, an opportunity for Idaho citizens to get a concealed pistol.
That's correct.
How is that done?
You apply for that concealed carry through the sheriff's department.
You happen during your investigation in this case to determine whether or not Mr. Brashear holds a concealed pistol permit?
I did not inquire about that.
Do you know enough about pistols in your profession to tell us whether or not a Glock 19 is a firearm model and make that's commonly carried by concealed
It can be. It is a little bigger than some, but it can be carried as a concealed weapon if somebody wanted to.
Would it be safe to say it's one of the most commonly carried pistols in this nation?
That part, I can't answer that accurately, but I can say it probably is common to be carried.
All right, close enough, thank you. You indicated that the capacity of that magazine is 17
That's correct.
cartridges.
That's correct.
Cartridge is a fully together round, right?
Unspent round.
Yes, unspent, thank you, appreciate that. A little bit. So in fact, exhibit number 6 is an unspent.
That's correct.
Now, you could tell if somebody actually intended to fire that by examining exhibit number 6, true?
That's correct.
What's one thing you would look for to make that sort of determination?
In my years of experience, it would be whether or not there's some type of strike on the primer.
All right, and did you have an opportunity to look at the primer?
Yes, I did.
Contained on exhibit number 6.
That's correct. That's the unspent one, yes.
When you say a strike mark, we're talking about either a hammer with a firing pin or a striker pin.
That's correct.
Forcefully impacting that primer, correct?
That's correct.
And the primer explodes, that sets off the gunpowder contained within the cartridge, true?
True.
Okay, so there apparently, from your observation, there was no effort to actually fire that round.
Not that I can tell, right?
And you had testified that, make sure I can remind you, that it appeared to you from the way you discovered that unspent cartridge that perhaps it was, you said, intentionally discharged. By that, you didn't mean somebody tried to fire it, though, right?
That's correct, not being fired.
And then you kind of corrected yourself and said intentionally attempted to remove it from the firearm.
I don't know my exact verbiage, but yes, it was something that would have either been dropped or potentially removed from the firearm manually.
All right, so given your knowledge of firearms and particularly this model or models like it, how would you intentionally remove an unspent round from the magazine contained within the fire?
So you would have to lock the mechanism back in the firearm, which would extract if there was one in the chamber. So if I have that gun and there's one in the chamber and I extract back, which is removing the slide back and lock it forward or lock it back, it would then extract that bullet.
And the mechanism on that pistol, if you're not careful, would actually throw the unspent round out of the pistol, true?
That's correct.
In that case, it may land on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
Where did you find exhibit number 6?
The unspent bullet was found on the ground.
Thank you. Now, if you lock back the slide of that model firearm, that would prevent another round from being loaded into the chamber of that weapon from the magazine, true?
If it's locked back, that's correct.
Are you persons who retrieved exhibit number 1 from Mr. Bashir's vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Yeah, did you check to see if there was a round in the chamber of the pistol when you retrieved it?
Yes, I did.
Was there a round in the chamber?
No,
So in other words, that pistol was not ready to fire at that time.
that's correct.
The magazine, however, was inside of the pistol when you found it. Is that correct or not wrong about that?
I believe that's how it was found, yes.
Okay, and were there cartridges? And I'll be very specific. Were there unspent cartridges in the magazine when you retrieved?
That's
that
correct.
in the magazine?
Yes.
And you said you counted them.
Yes, I did.
How many were in the magazine at that time?
13,
So if that magazine held
17.
17, we had 3 shots that were apparently fired during this interaction between Mr. Brashear and Mr. Mast, true? From your understanding of the evidence.
That's correct.
And 1 unspent round found in the location you've indicated already.
That's correct.
That would account for a fully loaded magazine in that Glock 19.
That's correct.
You know where Mr. Brashear was located when you arrived on scene?
When I first got on scene, if I recall, I believe Sergeant Roberts told me that he was in the back of his patrol vehicle.
Do you know if any other officer handled exhibit number 1 and exhibit number 2 before you retrieved it from the vehicle apparently belonging to Mr. Brashear?
Prior to my arrival, I don't know if anybody handled the firearm.
That's all I have, thank you.
Mr. Coleman, name redirect. All right. May this witness be excused? Yes, please. All right. Thank you very much. Please step down. Coleman, your phone next witness. He's here. Matthew Klein.
It's all good, man. No, it's all good.
Good afternoon, Mr. Klein. If you would please face my clerk and be sworn. Thank you. Mr. Klein, if you'd be seated, we'll let you get settled, get comfortable. And what I'm going to ask you to do is pull that microphone close to you. And if you'll state and spell your name for the record, please.
Matthew Klein, M-A-T-T-H-E-W, Klein, K-L-E-I.
And then, Mr. Klein, I'm going to have you pull that a little closer. We've got a big room, and I want to make sure we can hear you. Thank you. Mr. Coleman, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Klein. Mr. Klein, where do you live?
1107 Hemlock.
Is that here in Lewiston?
Yeah, Orchards.
How long have you lived in Lewiston?
8 years, give or take.
Are you familiar with the Rosar's supermarket or grocery store in the Orchards?
Yes.
You buy groceries there sometimes? Mm-hmm. Do you recall February 5th of 2021?
No, it's yeah.
Were you going to Rosar's that night?
Yes.
Do you roughly recall what time that was?
I had to guess 7 p.m. It was dark, but of course that time of year gets dark around 5. But
it was after dark at least.
Yeah.
And do you recall where you were coming from when you went there?
The Nominal across the street.
There's a diagram up here that's Stacy Exhibit 11. This is, for reference, this is the parking lot of Rosar's parking lot, or parking lot of Rosar's. Can you point out which direction you were coming in the parking lot at for us?
I would come in from South Rosar, so the street here in front of Jiffy Lube, and that entrance right there.
Okay. Mr. Klein, do you have a in-car or a dash camera?
Yes.
What kind is it?
Cobra, I believe.
And when does it record?
You're talking about the Forerunner, it's when the ignition's on.
Okay. So if you have the ignition on in your car, you have a camera in your car that records, and is that both looking forward and backwards? Or?
Yeah, forward and backwards.
And then it keeps recording somehow?
Yeah, it records in, I think they're 2.5 minute clips, and it just FIFO, first in, first out, writes over old stuff, unless it's saved.
And you're able to pull those recordings off and view them and provide them to other people if you want to?
Yep.
On this night in question, were you driving the vehicle that had the dash cam?
Yeah.
And was it working as it had been?
Mr. Klein, that's a yes.
That's a yes.
Did that particular recording that night, do you wind up providing that to law enforcement?
Yes, I did.
Can I have the witness handed what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9? You may. Take a quick look at that. Do you recognize this disc?
Yeah.
How do you recognize it?
We watched it and then you had me sign
And those are your initials or signature that's on the
it.
disc?
Signature, yep.
And you know, after reviewing the video that's on this disc, is it a fair and accurate copy of the video from the night that I was just talking to you about?
Yes, it is.
Move for admission of State's Exhibit 9. Mr. Bugby, any objection?
No objection.
State's Exhibit number 9 will be admitted. Then I would ask to publish this to the jury. You may. We will need the TV brought up and set up.
Can we log into Zoom again? No, Brittany's going to log in. This disc has sound. If I unmute my sound, is that going to cause feedback problems?
I don't know the answer to that. Let's give it a shot.
Mute. Okay.
Everybody should be muted. In fact, I'll mute myself.
Can we unmute? TV.
So, Ms. Smith, I wonder if you need to, if we mute your audio, will that prevent the audio from coming to the computer?
What's changed? Nothing's changed from last time.
Try it more, like a more old-fashioned way.
We got something in the mail today at the, so we can pick it up tomorrow.
The second part of the cast. That was where you described how it records.
Yes.
Hey,
Shots fired. Rosar's parking lot. They're shooting in the parking lot. I heard 3 gunshots. 3 gunshots.
Did you see who's doing it?
No, there's a lady over there. I was sitting here waiting for my wife. She's on her phone too. She's calling you. You need the cops out here. This guy's running. I'm just staying in my car. Fuck that, but I'm gonna start the video.
I'm sorry, I'm having a really hard time hearing you. Do you know who did it?
No. I'm sitting in my car. I just heard 3 gunshots. You're probably gonna need an ambulance. I don't know. I'm not getting out of my car.
Okay, that's not a problem.
Shit.
Do you know what kind of gun it was?
No, it was loud. I would say a 45 or so.
And you just heard it, right?
Yep. You better get somebody out here quick. I don't know if someone's down. This lady's out here walking around.
Could I get your name?
Matthew Klein.
Okay, thank you, Matthew.
Yep. Right.
Perfect.
So, Mr. Klein, that was you we heard on the 911 call 911 at that point.
Yes.
Who else was with you when you went to Ozarks that night?
Well, my wife.
It sounded like maybe she got out of the car before you parked.
Right.
You said that you heard 3 gunshots. Is that correct?
Was that a yes, Mr. Klein?
Yes.
And what else did you observe from where you were sitting in the car after you heard the gunshots?
I remember seeing that gal with the phone, and she was videoing somebody or something. Presumably the perpetrator. I thought she was really bold,
And you said you saw people running?
Yeah, people kind of scattered, and people took off.
Thank you for your testimony. I have no further questions. Cross-examination.
I have no questions.
Thank you. May this witness be excused? Yes, please. All right, Mr. Klein, thank you. You may step down. All right, I'm assuming nobody's gonna be too upset with it considering how hot it is, but that's all the witnesses we have lined up for today. Okay. And we actually did get ahead of the schedule because we were able to call an additional witness from what we planned on, so we are still ahead of schedule.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, I think that's probably good news, and for purposes of our current situation with the air conditioning, it sounds to me like we are running ahead of schedule. What we'll go ahead and do then is break for the day. Let's plan to start up again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Before you leave, I do need to give you this instruction one last time. During the course of this trial, you are instructed that you're not to discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else, including any use of email, text messaging, tweeting, blogging, electronic bulletin boards, or any other form of communication, electronic or otherwise. Do not conduct any personal investigation or look up any information from any source, including the internet. Do not form an opinion as to the merits of the case until after the case has been submitted to you for your determination. I will commit to you that I will further investigate the AC situation. I can't make a promise, but I'm hopeful that we'll have something resolved by tomorrow morning. Please let us know again if there's anything that you need in the jury room. We're happy to accommodate you any way you can. Otherwise, have a good evening. We'll see you back in the morning. All rise for the jury, please. We need to see it. So first time we have 9 o'clock tomorrow. Let's plan to get together about 8:45. We'll take care of any last minute needs before the jury comes in. Good evening. We'll be recessed.
Is Thursday the last day you think it's supposed to conclude? Just guessing. We don't know for sure, but estimation wise, wasn't it 4 days? 7. Oh, yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, man. You too, bud.